All right, I think we're good. Just one of those mornings where we're just running around. uh, I need to turn my computer fans up a little bit, I think. Where is that? That is here. Perfect. Let's bump that up. All right. Hey, Anders, how's it going? Morning, Thomas. What are we planning to code today? I think today we're gonna be chill today. We're gonna go and do the game today. Um, I don't know exactly. That is not what I meant to type. Um, Bevy Jam 5. I feel like I've spent a decent amount of, I guess, the last like month or so working on Skein and the Skein docs and everything, and I'm happy with the Skein docs overall. Um, it's not like the best site in the world or whatever, but it is got a ton of information on it, and I'm still filling out some of these like use case areas. But overall, I think it's mostly in like a write and modify the content phase, which is cool. So eventually, I'm going to make a video on Skein sometime over the next week or two, and I think I was considering doing. LD Jam started last night. Um, you were looking into this yesterday. Nice. Well, let me know if it works for you, or if you have any trouble or anything. Um, so Ludumdare or Ludumdare, I don't know the official pronunciation actually, and I've heard both. They started last night for me, so 6 p.m. last night. Um, there's a 48-hour deadline for the compo. I feel like that would have been kind of a cool like test of Skein, if that makes sense. Like make a 3D game, fit the theme. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, this stream is basically all the time I have this weekend to work on a game. Because everything else is going to be like, I have to do this week in Bevy on Sunday. I have some other stuff to do today, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't really have 48 hours to participate in the compo this weekend. Um, so I'm not going to officially do that. So I was thinking that we would just go and work on the regular game. It's been a while since we just had a stream where... Oh, dang, I upgraded Rust. It's been a while since we just had a stream where we worked on the game that spawned Skein in the first place. So I think that's going to be it for today. I think we're gonna do some work on the game. I think one of the things that I would love to figure out is the moving platforms. And the moving platforms are either going to be easy or just horrendous, honestly. The issue with the moving platforms is none of them currently have. So we use Avian for physics, and none of them currently have like rotational or linear velocities on them. So I'm using animation clips because I feel like animation clips are the right solution for what I want, right? I want it to move from like here to here. I want it to take 3 seconds. I want it to stop for a second and then go back, right? But what that means is that the moving platforms don't affect the player. And that's really unfortunate. I also accidentally like tripped into building a platform based game, which is, here, neither here nor there. So we're not going to do Let 'em Dare. We are going to load this. I've got a ton of dependencies in this one. 0.16 crates are starting to update. I We have a nav mesh in here. One of the things that would be fun too is to throw some, like maybe build a new level and have some like quote unquote enemies with targets and have them run through a nav mesh to do different things. We don't really need a nav mesh unless those little enemies are like targeting the player, but we don't have the way for the player to really defend against them either. So it's mostly just like pick up boxes, throw them around, put them in different places, jump to different platforms right now. We didn't do inventory. So Hanabi seems like it's going to... Why does this have Bevy 14? This is the wrong... Am I in the Bevy Jam game? I am. This isn't even the right project. Oh, wow. I am really going through it this morning. That's why it was... Okay. That's why it took so long to build, because it was a... We were just completely in the wrong project, and it hadn't been built. Bevy 15 game, cargo run. Yeah, okay, that looks a lot better. I was looking at that code going, that looks a lot like the Jam game code that we were working on for Bevy 0.14. It looks a lot like the Jam game code because it is the Jam game code. Do you have your games on Git? You're newish to Rust and Bevy, so examples always help. Yes. Yeah, is the aim a platformer or a puzzle or a bit of both? I'll answer that after. So yeah, the games are on Git. This game in particular, I never really figured out a good solution for like blend files and stuff, like assets. So those aren't included in the Git repo right now. But all the code is. So if you see anything on stream in the game and you're like, oh, I wonder how that was that. I wonder how that works. All that code is on GitHub. But the GLTF assets for this particular game are not currently. Yeah, which is unfortunate. I don't know what the best way to fix that is, because modifying and committing blend files and GLTF assets every day doesn't sound like the best idea. What are our file sizes right now? Not assets. So yeah, we've got like a 10 meg blend file, which is like not terrible, right? But these are just going to get bigger. Like this one's 72. I think this is our main one. Oh, that's a GLB. Okay, so this is an export from the MISC. That's 70 meg. This is some random zip for some stuff that I may or may not be using. That's 270. This random JPEG is fine. That's kilobytes. So for the larger games, usually... Is there not a recursive on this? I always forget. I guess not. Anyway, the MISC GLB stuff. Let's just bring up the MISC. So the GLB that we're currently using in the game is like 73 meg, and I think that starts to get to the size at which GitHub starts warning you. I think they start warning you at 50. I don't remember. That's the browser. Yeah, GitHub blocks files larger than 100. So you have to use git LFS. And then the issue there is if I use git LFS and I put it on GitHub, then anybody can arbitrarily just charge my bank account whenever, which is really unfortunate, right? If they just sit there and they clone, then I have to pay for all of the git LFS usage, and git LFS is not particularly cheap. So that's really the issue. If I can fix this problem, then I will already, like, I don't have any reason to not put like the GLBs and stuff on GitHub, other than the fact that if I do, I can run into this limit, and then also I have to pay for the git LFS usage. Is the aim a platformer or a puzzle game or a bit of both? I think the aim originally, I have this idea in my head where I need to be able to go from 0 to game on Steam in like 4 months. Like that seems pretty reasonable. In terms of like making a small game, maybe doing a couple of them a year. It would be great if I could do one like for each Bevy release. That's kind of the overarching goal, to get something onto Steam and to get those muscles kind of like, working, so that I know how that all works, and then I can make videos on it and teach other people how that works, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the original goal. And I didn't really intend this to be a platformer. Like you can tell there's no, how do I frame this? There's no like movement mechanics, if that makes sense. Right? Like when I think of platformer, I don't think of what this currently is. I think of something where if you gave me like an empty cube and told me to go run with the character controller and like jumping off walls in an empty room, like that should be fun for a platformer. And that's not true for this game. So if that is going to be true, then we have to rewrite the like a lot of the controls. And I think the problem with that is that probably writing a character controller from scratch is not the best stream content. Yeah. So, yeah, probably away. I think there was a site for blend assets, but it's not a priority. Yeah, I mean, I could put them on S3. There are other options. I can just throw up like all of the assets on itch, and then distribute them that way. But then I have to do like releases of the assets, and that means that there are certain restrictions on which assets I can use in a game. They have to all be like open source and allow me to redistribute them in that way, et cetera, et cetera. Or I have to have like really clear instructions about, hey, go get it like this pack from Kenny and download it to this directory and then run the game. And I don't know. None of the solutions are particularly great for this individual problem. Yeah, see the way the box just stays there? Like that box should get thrown off on the first rotation. And I think if let's open the code here. And let's get Blender going, I suppose. Oh yeah, I did a computer restart, but I didn't close all my desktops. So you're seeing the aftermath of desktop apocalypse. I haven't even started Emacs yet. I restarted my computer so recently. I need to figure out what that is. That's like, I like that I get this little dashboard when I open Emacs. It's really fun to me. Okay, cool. That is now open. That's where I write everything when I'm thinking about stuff. So I just like to have that open on a desktop all the time. So let's drop the size of this a little bit. 2.4 is what I use for screenshots. 1.4 is kind of what I use for stream. Nicer balance of like, it's actually usable and viewable on stream. You'll definitely be checking out my code to learn. Yeah, cool. I do have like actual stuff to learn from. I probably need to do that in Chrome. See, we're already back up. We're already ramping up the desktop count. So this GitHub organization has a bunch of stuff in it, like 2048, and some other games and some other things and whatnot. So 0.16 is around the corner. We spent one of the streams like updating, for example, the Flappy Bird clone 2048 on Monday. There's a whole Bevy examples folder here with a bunch of random examples in it. The updates are in a PR for this one. But yeah, so I have actual material that is games that you can run that has all the assets, etc., etc. Let's see, where's MISC 1? There's MISC 1. So this is our Blender file. This is level, I guess, 3 is what we're considering it currently. We just finished removing all of the Blender types stuff. So that file no longer exists, which makes it kind of hard to show you what that file used to look like. But it was a mess. It was like a giant struct, and we were doing manual deserialization and stuff. And now the way that we do it is all through Skein. So all of these components on the right-hand side are all of the like things. Or all the components. One of the things that I noticed, I think, is that, yeah, there we go. I don't know what this driver is pointing to. Dimensions 1 on some cube. It's on cube 7. Why does it think that's an invalid Python expression? Oh, it's dimensions, not dimension. Okay, cool. I noticed that when I was running through earlier that you could fall through that box, and I was wondering why. And it's because I didn't size it correctly. So I think actually we could probably add a variant here just to test, right? The big thing about the whatchamacallit, the platforms moving not affecting the player, that's really annoying, is that we did all the animation via animation clips. So if I go into platforms and I go check out, like, here's how we set up the animation platforms. We take those components that we're applying in Blender. We check to see whether they've been, processed with the animation clip or not. If they haven't been, then we take which behavior they should have, build up an animation clip with an animation graph, and then play it. And this is great for actually physically moving stuff in the game, but it doesn't work for adding any kind of physical velocity And I feel like this is the way that I want to define the platform movement. Which makes it kind of conflict with the way that we have our character controller set up, which is kind of unfortunate. So we're using Bevy Tenua. Bevy Tenua is a 3D dynamic character controller. And I think the dynamic part is what's hitting us here. So the dynamic physics means that it will be affected by the environment, kind of thing. And moving platforms then have to have a linear velocity to have an impact on the character controller. And I think this doesn't have an example of... Actually, they do have an example. Let's run their example. I don't think we've ever run their example on stream. 2 weeks ago, avian integration bump. Let's pull this. So actually, the thing that we can do to check for that, right, is instead of having rotate 90x here, and like these things are all set up just fine, so I think we can just get rid of them. Right, collider constructor is going to be the same. We'll get rid of some of the other ones. We'll do... I don't remember what it is. Velocity of some kind. Angular velocity. So we can get an angular velocity in here. What is the right axis to put this on? Z, I think, is the right axis. So let's get like a rotational velocity of 2. Let's export this. I always mess up like the data inclusion for this export. Apply modifiers. I think we're good though. I've also been messing with Skein, so I'm using like an experimental... I don't want to say experimental, but I'm using like a version of Skein that is a local development version, not a publicly released version. That didn't look like it did anything at all. It's the first one, right? Is this not the MISC one that we're using? This is in... Oh, yeah, no, it's not. Okay. I put that in the wrong directory. I go back and forth after building Skein about whether the GLTFs should be next to the blend files or not. I feel like they should. Okay, so there we go. We have a rotating platform now that just rotates, right? And now you can see like we have to work to stay up. Like it is actually doing something. So it is just that rotational velocity for these platforms. Because like if we just do this, it'll push us off. But if we are on the next platform over, this doesn't even this doesn't do anything. So it's absolutely that rotational velocity, like avian integration issue. So one of the things I want to do then, if that's the case, is just pull these things over, make them closer together, is go into... Which one is it? It's with the E, yeah? Okay. Go into Tenua. I think I can just pull main. And I want to run their example because I think they have a moving platform in the example. Magnet boots for the win. Nice. You think that's better though? Yeah, the rotating platform constantly with the velocity. Yes. I think that the reason I'm looking at this now and running into an issue of like um platforms versus the character is because I really didn't have a good plan for what this was going to be at the beginning of the cycle, and I need to get better at that. I need to get better at like what is actually going to be built rather than just building something. So there's like two things for the 0.16 cycle that I want to do. One of them is that um I guess this is their demo. Oh, ew, they use arrow keys and not WASD. That's unfortunate. There's no moving platform in that demo. I thought there was. I read the code and I thought there was. This is just animating. RG moving. Moving platform helper. Is this in demos then? The one thing that also trips me up about this project is that there is a bunch of different places where demos are, and all of the demos are kind of like mushed into one with feature flags, which makes it really hard to like actually navigate, for me anyway. Because for each of these, it ends up being like a whole bunch of different folders for a whole bunch of different stuff, and then there's like different files for 2D and 3D. And then the 3D file also has typically like an avian implementation and a rapier implementation and an XBBD implementation, like that kind of thing. And you can see it coming up here where it's like, okay, now we need to enable feature avian 3D, I guess. So I guess they do it for maintainability reasons. Make it one giant thing. What is that and how do I get rid of it? Wish they would let me put my own icon in the top right. The one thing I don't want to do is use that. Okay, so there's a moving platform, right? So they definitely have one in their demo, and it definitely is moving like in specific places, and it definitely is using avian. So something about this is different than the way that I'm doing it because they have exactly what I want. So let's go find that. Did they add like a top bar to this? That feels new. Maybe I just don't have an empty code editor often enough. So inside of the demos, there's going to be some kind of moving platform thing going on. I think one of the other things is this character controller in particular is a nice thing to start with, but I don't know that I want to use it for like a full game, if that makes sense. Like it's easy drop in for game jams and demos and stuff. So like for this Bevy 0.16 game jam, I will probably also use this again. But if I was actually building a platform, my first thing would probably be to build the character controller from scratch. Because that feels like the most important part of a platformer, right? The movement, the way it controls. And I think that for the things that are core to your game, kind of offloading them is probably the wrong choice. Let's see. Moving platform helper, color blue, moving platform, level mechanics. And I think that's the only place that there is. So moving platform, rapier velocity, linear velocity, make system, wherever this is. This is here. They query for moving platform with a global transform and a mutable velocity. And they grab the current translation. They pick a target, and then they where do they get velocity? Oh, they have this weird updater function. Okay. So this is the updater function, I guess. So they're just setting the linear velocity to what? Whatever it was? Whatever it was set to originally? So they don't have any kind of easing or whatnot. But I feel like if we have platforms and we're going to have animations on them, I want them to be eased. The easing feels hard to do in this way. I feel like you have to do the derivatives and stuff. So this is target minus current, the distance left to go. And this is the platform speed. And this is the current velocity. And all they're doing in most of these cases is setting the velocity to the calculated value. I don't know why this is separate functions. Oh, this is separate functions because they do that thing with the feature flags. So this is four implementations of the same function with different types with the same names, effectively. So I guess that update function isn't necessary, and they're just doing it because they have to for the demo. Because they have to support 4 different whatevers. I feel like I want to figure out a way to keep using animation clips. But that does feel like just getting the math right. So what we currently do for the rotation we already looked at. So what we do for the like linear moving back and forth. So this box here moves here and back linearly. So we have the starting point here marked with an empty. And we have the ending point here marked with another empty. And those drive actually the value inside of a component on the cube. So technically these things, these empties, don't even need to be exported at all. That information is serialized into this component with the start and the end position. So if we were going to do the same thing they did, we could do it like this. I think that theirs never stops, which makes it awkward. Like they aren't doing any animation here. They're just, well, reframing that. They are doing basically like a lerp between 2 positions, more or less. And like doing a constantly moving object is easy. Doing a, I don't know if you can see well what this platform is doing, but this is like does a pre-anticipation animation, like it's going to turn and then it turns and then it bounces back after the end, it overshoots. So the more I look at the platforms, right, and like this is a multi-sequence animation clip to go from this position to that position and back, but it could go anywhere, right? And the animation clips are like Bevy's interface for, I feel like, doing things like this. And I would like to keep using them. Probably would be more flexible to reference the empties as entities in your component and make it move between the actual empties. What would the benefit of that be? Like, what would the... Like, I guess I see what you're saying in that if those could move, make a list connect with splines in Blender, etc. I mean, like, but those are all positions, right? You know? Benefits would be you can move the empties to change the path of the platform. I can already do that. I guess you mean in-game, but that's not true. In-game, because we're using animation clips can't reference external data, right? So if we want to, where's the animation clip? Here's the animation clips, right? Somewhere in here. Here we go. So animation clip, right? This is just for the rotate 90, so it's just that rotation. Maybe it would be easier to look at the move linear. Here's the move linear. So we've got start and end here, right? This is the data that we get out of that component. So we have start and end, we target the platform, we build our animation clip, and then we have a couple of like easing curves that get chained together, right? And I don't know of any way to like make this here, because this value I don't think is, yeah, this value is an F32, so this value is like T, right? So we really don't get, as far as I can tell, the ability to reference other things. Now that may not be entirely true. Like here's a function curve, right? And we're about to dive into the animation stuff, which is definitely not terribly intuitive. So we get function curve new over domain with a function, but we don't get anything like, we get T into this function. So if we were going to target something that was moving, then the only solution that I've thought of recently is that you would parent it to the thing that is actually moving and then animate towards 0. So, I mean, on one end, am I trying to force using animation clips? Absolutely. I do think it's useful to look at this and go, wow, this feels painful in animation clips, or I can't figure out how to do this in animation clips, etc. You thought you had your own system for the animation. You know, I tried to use, because the animation clips got a kind of like an overhaul in 0.15, I tried to use the animation clips in the curves and stuff, which overall I'm actually very happy with. Like the code that I was showing for how these like platforms move with the easings and stuff, that is fine. Right? Like it's a little bit verbose for the whole animation graph buildup. but I was fully able to get done whatever I wanted to, platforms to specific places, easings on the rotations, etc. Right? And if I wanted to do more stuff, we can actually implement animatable field or animatable property, sorry, for anything that we want to. So like here, I'm animating quat, which I think is it Bevy's quat? Yeah, it's Bevy's quat for the rotation here. Because we're animating Avian's rotation here. So this is actually animating Avian's rotation property, which that's the other thing on the other side of it, right? Like we can come at it from two ways, right? We can redo the math so that we are using angular velocity and linear velocity to define how the avian stuff moves, and then we don't need to do anything on the avian side. But similarly, it feels like there should be something on the avian side to be like, hey, we are rotating this. When this collision happens, it should behave like it has a velocity of whatever. I don't think there is anything like that, though. We can definitely do like some collision stuff, but is that maybe the reason why it interacts kind of funny with the cube? Which part specifically? Sorry. The reason it interacts funnily with the cube is because we aren't setting the rotational velocity ever. You're saying the physics looks kind of wrong on the first one or the second one? Like this one? Like the continuously rotating cube, or this one? The physics is wrong on this. Absolutely 100% wrong on this. This is the animation clip driving Avian's rotational component, which doesn't impact like the player's dynamic collider. This is absolutely wrong. That's effectively, this is the issue. Like, the thing we would like to have fixed is the fact that I can't stay on my own platforms. The thing that we like, that was really cool. I don't know if you just saw what happened, but I just kind of like did a jump and like used the momentum of getting hit by the box to jump a little bit higher. That was really fun. But this one doesn't transfer anything. It doesn't like impact the player at all. It doesn't do anything like that. And I think that's because we are translating the rotation. So if we go for like, and I think these are kinematic already. So rotation, global physics rotation, used for physics internally and kept in sync with transform by sync plugin, rarely needs to be used directly. So maybe we should just be doing transform. We're allowed to use rotation for everything. The reason rotation exists is here. Position and rotation should be global from the physics view. There's no F64 version. There's no 2D transform. That's true in Bevy. Hierarchies can be problematic. Yeah. More parallelism, sure. Only rigid bodies have rotation. Particles typically don't. Yeah, there's no particles in avian yet. Maybe the animation clip and the physics systems just are fundamentally incompatible approaches. Yeah, and then we get into like the once we get through this documentation, then we're in the place of like, okay, um, maybe Avian has an API for translate rotate where it properly updates the force's velocity. Yeah, that's what I was hoping on some level, but I don't see any mentions of that in the docs. Right. All right, position and rotation lag behind transform. But I don't think there's a way to get the transform to... Where are the examples? Character controller, conveyor belt. Conveyor belt is interesting. That's a potential moving platform. Distance joints, pickings, joints, diagnostics. This is a collision hooks, modify contacts, and tangent velocity. What is tangent velocity? I don't think I've seen tangent velocity. Iterate over all contact surfaces between the conveyor belt and the other collider. Apply a relative velocity to simulate the movement of the conveyor. Oh, okay. This looks like actually what we would want. So let's look at collision hooks. Because if this is... Like, if we can get this information from the animation clip or, like, the movement over frames or something like that, and we can just drive the velocity like that, that seems useful. Rebuilding this all manually feels a little bit weird, though. Where's collision hooks? Is collision hooks... Where does collision hooks come from? Collision hooks has to be an avian thing, right? 5 days ago. Maybe this is just main. Bevy 0.15. Yeah, okay. This doesn't exist for... .15. So that's unfortunate. So the thing that looked like it could have been a potential thing is not ready yet. Let's see. Bevy Chinua doesn't have... Bevy Chinua is usually later to update in the grand scheme of things compared to other greats. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just, like, from the perspective of can we even upgrade to the release candidate right now? I don't think we can. And I think Bevy Chinua is the big blocker there. Like, we can get rid of Inspector E. GUI, Leafwing. I don't remember if it has a release yet, but Skein already has a 0.16. Bevy Asset Loader already has a 0.16. IS Progress and Perf, I think, because Bevy Asset Loader do, then this is implied to have one. Because IS Progress is used inside of Asset Loader. Avian, I guess, has main, so we could have tried main. And then Chinua is, I guess, like the crate that would hold us up from upgrading. And this is another interesting kind of aspect of, oh, also this is a minor version behind. So maybe we just bump all of our versions right now first, instead of sitting on old versions. Constraints with a question mark for what? Resolving interpenetration. So I don't think they penetrate each other because the character controller is floating. Oh, the constraints example in custom constraint. Physics substeps, custom distance constraint, XPBD constraint. Huh. I wonder if that's still around or not. Maybe it didn't get renamed? Yeah. Let's see. Solve, local attachment, positional difference, current separation distance, value of the constraint function. When this is 0, constraint is satisfied. And the distance between the bodies is rest length. Oh, so you're saying like... Yeah, I mean, I think it would just be easier to switch over, you know? I don't think that setting a bunch of stuff up like this is better than changing the way that we do the velocity application. And I guess this is partially... One thing that I do want to do, actually, now that I think about it, is... I think a vertical platform works just fine then. So let's implement a vertical platform as well. If we're going to do platforms at all, then I feel like we should. Maybe it's possible to constrain a cube here to the rotation of a fake object animated with Bevy animation. Hmm. It's an interesting thought. I feel like that's... I feel like the area of integrating Bevy animation clips with avian physics is a similar kind of project to Skein, if that makes sense. No, I get what you're saying. Like, the animation clip goes, and then you try to constrain the cube to match the position of whatever the other object is or whatever the other values are. At which point it would, like, hopefully, ideally, then translate some of the velocity and stuff. I don't know if that would be true or not. But I hear what you're saying. Let's do GX. Nine, GY, negative 10, 20, 30. Put it over here. So this should be unlinked. Move linear. We need a start and an end. We can start at 0, 0, 0 or whatever, and we can go to, I don't know, 28. We don't need to drive it either, which is kind of fun. Is this the right directory? Like, we don't need to pick empties there. We could just pick positions, and that should work. That seems wrong. Because I changed the wrong thing. I used the Blender coordinates instead of the Bevy coordinates. I do want to check out the hot reloading example for Skein at some point. Okay, so that's weird. That's so weird. So even the like things that I would expect to kind of work don't work with the animation clips. We just kind of slowly sink into the cube as it goes up. But then again, like, have I heard of Iroh, the person from Avatar? No, I've never heard of Iroh. I have no idea what Iroh is. Also not easy to Google. Bevy Dev is like 70% coding and 30% for other thing. 70% coding and 30% fixing another problem. I think my problem is I really didn't intend this to be a platformer when I started out. So let's do driver, X location, world space. Driver, Z location, world space. Driver. Y location, world space. I guess technically these should match, right? X location is right. And then we're just picking an arbitrary Y value. Like your stream is mostly about coding more than game designing. Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, a lot of the things I do are more about Rust than about game design, if that makes sense. Like a lot of the stuff that I do outside of Bevy is Rust educational content. So I come at a lot of this stuff from um like this should be a place where people can learn how to write Rust perspective more than this is a place to learn how to design games. So yeah, I mean, yes. And I think that also Bevy selects for people who want to write code more than people who want to draw pretty pictures, I guess, or like do game design or whatnot. Um, I think part of that is the lack of an editor. Part of that is like the reason I built Skein is so that people can have a 3D environment to like place things and work with like visual 3D Blender stuff, et cetera, et cetera. This platformer thing is specifically I wanted to use animation clips. Animation clips are what makes sense for these platforms, but they aren't the things that physically make sense. So I either need to rewrite that or I need to decide that platforms are not really what I want to be doing here. Also, from a game design perspective, the reason this is blocking you is so that you have to jump over it. But yeah, I guess you're not wrong. I think you're I definitely spent more time this cycle, especially building out Skein and stuff like that, than I did building this game. And I think that is not a mistake, I guess. Like I did something that I found very useful, but it's not the game, right? So maybe to that extent or to that front, maybe what I do is instead of doing some of these things, maybe I don't do these at the moment. And then XY. I think it's hard for me to think of game design stuff on stream too. Just kind of reflecting on why the stream is more of that like coding kind of thing. Did I put that export in the wrong spot? Rigid body. Rigid body static. When did I set that to static? Is this one static? No, that's kinematic. Is this one static? That's probably a problem. I mean, static objects are not going to collide properly. Yeah, you still have to manually do it. Game design is hard. You have so many options, but you need so much effort to explore an option. Yeah, I think you hit on something that I would like to change a little bit, is really why I'm thinking about it. I think no matter what, I would keep my Monday streams as like coding focused. Um but when it comes to this game in particular, I don't think I had a good enough idea of what I wanted to build before I built it. And like there's a lot more stuff that I could try, right? But there's probably enough here already, you know? Like I've got enough elements to actually do a couple of levels here. So I think maybe we don't focus on the platforms and we just do a couple levels, because one of the things that I did want to do is have multiple goals in a level. So if this is the tutorial, right? And you could throw it over too. I made the throw a little bit shorter so that you would kind of either have to momentum it or jump. This feels kind of rough as a second level. The other thing is I thought I was going to do something with this other shader, this shader that is like colorful here, but I really don't think that it fits, which is tough because I feel like I really wanted to figure out a way to fit the color in to the game, and I really didn't find one. The other thing is like this is the first stream back after spending a month building the Skein stuff, so yeah. And there's a lot of other stuff that I need to do too. Like this character is still just like a little pill, and I haven't spent any time on doing animation for it or anything like that. So I bet that under the current constraints, we could actually build some more stuff. So let's do a new level. Let's just call this level 4, right? I think we need level dot. I'm using dots. So if we do this, right, then we need this and we need the spawn point. The only thing about the spawn point is that it's labeled spawn point. Doesn't really matter what it is. And then this cube is, I think, just an instance of the crate collection, if I remember correctly. So that's easy. And then this is rigid body collider constructor on just like a random platform. So our basic setup here is going to be, let's say cube. Let's say scale Scale Z 0.2. Make it a little thinner, maybe. And then scale, what's that, Y? Scale Y 20, GY 10. That was not 10, was it? Oh, it's 20 because this starts at 2. Okay. Let's do not negative 18, 18. Not negative 18. Why is it still negative? GY 18. And then we need spawn point here. So we'll do an empty. I've been using like these axes. It doesn't really matter. So we've got spawn point. This is also one of the reasons that I was thinking about doing the LD jam, because this is like a big pre-existing project, and I guess we need to make that a little bit bigger. 0.5. Scale X 3. Take this. So there's a box there, and then we need a goal somewhere. This also needs to have colliders on it. In this case, this rigid body will be static, because it's not going to do anything. It's not going to move anywhere. Then we'll grab a collider constructor for a cuboid and tie this to the values of the object. Unfortunately, we don't get the dimensions in this menu, which is really unfortunate. I feel like that should be easier to do. But it's really not. Add driver, select the object. Edit driver dimensions 2. So this will be a level with a spawn point, the cube, and I guess we just stick a goal at the end for the moment. Our goal in this level is this. Do I have this as an instanceable thing? Not really. The only thing that's really important is this goal component. Let's do mesh. I guess we could do a cylinder here. Would this collider constructor work okay if the object origin was not at the center? The object origin of what? The object origin, you mean the anchor point of the mesh? I think the answer there is it would be at the anchor point. It would center at the anchor point. Which is just kind of how avian colliders work. they expect that the transform is the center of the object. So if you wanted to move the anchor point of an object, you would have to place the collider differently. Like the collider constructor would work, but it wouldn't align with the mesh, if that makes sense. Right. And the reason for that is we aren't using the mesh to build the constructor. So I think if you do try-mesh from mesh, since it would build from the mesh data, then it would work. But the collider constructor cuboid is not associated with the mesh data at all. So it drives the center point based on the transform. The shortcut that I was using before to zoom in is no longer working. Oh, there it is. That's such a weird shortcut. And then I think I want to cut the top and the bottom off of this mesh. Does this not have a top and bottom? I thought it... No, it does. Faces. Faces. I think it's already UV unwrapped. And I think sinking into this a little bit is fine for this material. So in materials, we'll go... I don't want to do new. That was the wrong choice. I want to do gold material. And gold material already has the components on it, so we don't need to worry about it at all. This is just kind of like... all scale to... Is 2 the right scale here? Yeah, it's fine. And then... collider constructor and goal, right? Need to be on this. This doesn't have a sensor on the other one. How are we doing the collision there? Right, goal, collider, constructor, mesh, nothing, material, just the use goal material. So there's no sensor on this. Are we adding the sensor when goal gets added? This is the goal material. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember even where I defined the goal component. RG goal source. Goal is in lib somewhere. Yeah, so sensor is a required component, which is nice because then we just get to set up goal inside of Blender and we don't need to worry about it. Although it feels a little bit weird from that perspective as well, because like in Blender, I'm like, oh, why doesn't this have a sensor? Should it have a sensor? It does in the code is really what happened. So this needs to be a cylinder. I haven't tried the cylinder yet at all. So I guess we try to drive the height from the object. This will be the bounding box. That's what dimensions are. So I don't know if it has dimensions on it. Dimensions 2. It doesn't seem like it. Which is interesting. Cylinder height. Blender doesn't tell me what kind of object this is, does it? It is an object. No, that's right. Okay, that works. Sorry. I didn't hit tab. Object cylinder. And then this will be the dimensions 0. I wish these were like XYZ. I can't do XYZ, right? Maybe I can. So let's export this. Let's go to the game. And I just have this like arbitrarily choosing the next level in all cases. So I'm going to change the default just to test that specific level. And I put the crate inside of the level, which is great because that means the physics react so that it gets thrown off the level. Right? You can see it kind of in there. The thickness was not accounted for. What do we think the thickness of this is? .4. So this needs to be GZ 0.2. We could drive that value too, but I don't know. I don't think we need to. So cube will be there. And then I saw the UVs needed to be flipped on this material. So I wonder how easy that is to do. Did I just do it? Let's find out. Yes, I did. So now we have our thing and we have a level and you can get into the end and then it sends you to quote unquote level 2, which is the level we were looking at earlier. So if I think about, this is level 1 from a while ago. This is ostensibly the first level. I think because you can throw the box, right, from a game perspective, you can either jump or throw. So really, I think this needs to be something different. If I want them to jump over this, then it needs to be blocked to do other things. If I want people to throw it, I don't think I can block the jump. So the question is, if this is level 1, if this is where you land, right? This is the, you know, theoretical somebody lands here, has no idea what they're doing. They land blocking the cube, which is not great. And then they're like, what do I do with this? Maybe they bump into it. It respawns. Ooh, that respawned into a place where you could just kind of like bump it into the goal. Interesting. Why is that respawning there? That's not where it's supposed to respawn. I wonder if our respawning logic is broken. Let me throw this. Oh, you know what the issue is? Oh, that's fascinating, honestly. So we've got a bug here where when it spawns, it's part of the level itself. So it's parented to something in the level. Like the level hierarchy goes down, the crate is parented to whatever that is, which gives it an inherent position. Which is why it goes there. Once you pick it up, once you pick it up like this, it detaches from the level, doesn't have the parent anymore, and then goes to the right spot. Which is really interesting. Like, I'm not concerned about that for the moment. So ostensibly when you start this level, like you can't just run in. You can throw currently, but I think I want this to be a jump. So how do we prevent people from throwing? I think we would have to have like a clear barrier of some kind. Right. So this, a shift D. So I get for trying to be exact. Right. And then I want to apply the rotation here because we don't want it to be, you know, weird. Actually, if I apply the rotation here, what happens to the data? That's a really interesting question. So 5515, right, is what this is. If I apply this, right, so we've got a rotation of 90, 5, 15, 5. If I take this and apply rotation, 5, 15, 5, 5 changes and the values follow, which is great. Because theoretically, what that means is that you don't need to worry about resetting that once you've set up the drivers. I wonder if there's a way to like use a grid system. There's got to be, right? G. So like technically speaking, if we do something like this, you're blocked from here. And then we have to move the goal to be on the other side of some kind of wall, right? So like that's the goal now. And I think an important part of this is going to be actually creating something that you basically like can't throw through. So you have to travel. Let's see, scale Y. Scale Shift Y? Yeah. And it's nice. Our collider is coming along for the ride with us. GY on the right spot. So if we put this here, this kind of makes you go around. It's not particularly interesting, I guess. GY. From that perspective, like, $15, $16, $17, $18. Is that the right spot for it to be in? Yeah. So technically speaking, now you're forced to jump over in some capacity. You actually are not actually forced to jump because you could throw it again. And there's no, like there's nothing preventing you from doing this. And like somebody will, right? It's like, ugh. Right? I guess you still have to jump over even if you do that. And then you get all the way to here. I think that the camera has some issues with that. But we can fix those at some point. Right? Like now you have to go around because you literally can't throw through this wall. But the wall doesn't show you where the goal is. So this has to be not the Uber material, I don't think. I think this turns into not Uber blue, but a different material entirely. Not really glass, but, you know. Presumably just turning the alpha down will be good enough. I guess not, though. Oh, you know what? I didn't save that. There we go. Now it's actually transparent. The other thing is we have the Bevy Game Jam coming up. Interesting that it's transparent and that the goal is invisible through it. But the other items aren't. I kind of really like the effect of everything through the glass doesn't have the outline and everything that is actually here has the outline. Unintentional, but I kind of like it. So if you try to throw, it just falls and respawns, right? Like you try to go and it's just like, oh, yep, definitely not what you should be doing. So you end up going around. Camera still in the wall. Back face visibility is currently on. which I think needs to be off. Can we turn that off in Blender? Thickness. Yeah. Camera shadow, backface culling. Make it a hole to throw through. I think that's a different level. I think getting the... So I want a level for jumping and a level for throwing. This is the level for jumping and traversing, which I really don't need to spend so much time on the rest of this level because it's kind of done already, right? Like you can't... We have a bug where you can push this and it goes there, right? We could move this platform or this little like block thing or have more of them. The thing that I am interested in right now actually is that doesn't... We can't actually see through that for the material for the shader. And I don't know that... What happens if you use another color than blue? You think it's just like fully... I don't think that's what's happening, but it's possible. It's also not terribly important. I just think it's important from a... It's important from a like level design, from a game design perspective, to be able to see the goal that you need to get to. I guess in this particular level, you can see the platforms that you're supposed to walk on. And they're sort of clearly delineated between like stuff you can reach and stuff you can't through the outline. But I would still like the goal to show, I think. Y'all are really into the throwing, aren't you? I think this is going to be a duplicated level. So I've had issues in the past with duplicating entire scenes in Blender, is one thing that I'll say. I would like to do that. Like in this case, I would like to... Apparently I can't shift D. Also, this scrolling in this pane is like really janky. Delete, override, view. How am I supposed to duplicate a scene in Blender? This is done by us doing full copy. Love being on a forum from 2009. It's done by selecting full copy when making a new scene. You can now copy... Right, but where's the option? That's what I want. I want the option for... maybe copy settings? Full copy. Okay, so I think we've got level 5, and then level 5 will delete the selected objects. And then we'll make a hole and you have to throw through. And then if we look at Who was the other one? 2 still has everything. Great. Wonderful. So then the option here is probably Shift A cube. Cool. G, Y, 10. Nope. G, Y, 10. Need it to be 4.5 further? No. 5 further? Scale it up anyway. Scale Y 2. And then scale Shift Y, I guess 3. And we will move this up by some amount, and then we'll take this and do a modifier. And if I can figure out what the right modifier to use is, then this will go significantly better. Bevel, Boolean, right? Boolean. With this. Difference. And then I think the only issue is that we can see this, right? Yeah. So I don't know how to make the block there invisible, but I think we're good on the whole. So we should be running 5 now. I don't actually need to kill the app and reload it every time. Okay, so the Boolean modifier did not work. Boolean difference. Mesh object used for Boolean operation. Object collection difference. I guess I really just want to cut it out. Oh, you know what? Actually, I did. You know what I didn't do? This is a collider that is not a tri-mesh collider. So let's do tri-mesh from mesh. Do we have avian? Avian should be in here, right? Collider constructor. Insert it onto the mesh. Use tri-mesh from mesh. Take the collider constructor off of the object. And then this needs to like go away. Oh yeah, but also hitting H, I guess. But it's still going to be there when we export. Right, so we've got like this little kind of mirrored situation here. Right, it's doing it appropriately. The issue was that the collider that I had set up was still the... Oh, you know what? Actually, what is this? Hide in viewport, Disable in renders. Yes, the settings are already, like, we already apply modifiers when we are, I forget where that button is. Mesh? Apply modifiers. Apply modifiers already set. So we're good there. The apply modifiers is how we're getting the rounded corners on all the other ones. So that was already appropriately set up. And apply modifiers, I think, does make the so that works technically. We need to get rid of the cube though. Is the Trimesh collider generated after export? It's actually generated when you run the Bevy app. So the Trimesh collider is a Bevy component that gets attached to this object. So in Blender, what's happening is the geometry is getting constructed. So on export, these two things will cut a hole out of each other. And then also the rounded corners are also a modifier. So if you see the rounded corners like on this close corner here, that's also on this thing. That all happens on export. And then this object is the resulting object. And when that gets spawned inside of Bevy, the mesh here has this collider constructor component on it that says try mesh from mesh. And Avian takes care of inspecting the mesh content and creating that collider. So the collider construction is a runtime event. We could turn that into like 4 cubes, right? And I could have a cube on top, 2 cubes on the side, and 1 cube on the bottom. But one tri-mesh from mesh collider is not going to like terribly impact our performance or anything. So the question is, as is the question quite often, honestly, I think, how do you prevent this from being exported? And I think the only answer that I've seen is to put it into a separate collection. And checking this box. So if I take this cube and I move it here, and then I uncheck this, then I think anything in that collection doesn't get exported. Disable and render, maybe that works. I don't think disable and render works, but we can definitely try it. I think you have to disable it from the view collection. So here's the thing. Actually, it didn't work, did it? So let's try disable and render then. It's either that or we actually destructively modify the geometry, which is the thing, like the thing that I don't want to do. So now all 3 are checked. This is the trifecta of disabling. It's disabled in render, it's disabled in the view layer, it's disabled, etc. There's an option in GLTF export to only export what is visible in the view render. That is for everything or for... Oh, renderable objects. That seems useful. Well, that's actually, that brings up like what counts as renderable? I guess visible objects is really what we would want because that is more obvious. I guess my concern here is actually that these don't have clear definitions. Use active collection, use selection, use visible. Like it doesn't define what a visible object is. And I only bring this up because I'm going to recommend something to some people who are using Skein, for example. Visible for object displayed in the viewport, renderable for objects visible in the renderer. Sure. Visible. I guess there's a lot of things that could not mean, right? For example, visible for objects displayed in the viewport. Does that mean that if I don't have a scene open, that it will or will not export the other scene? Right? Like, there's a lot of really trivial ways that could trip people up. And it bugs me that there is no answer. Okay, sick window. So for us, for now, this works. I have a question about whether level 2 is currently being exported. Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to know that we had our other levels and stuff. Um, so the throw actually not very powerful right now. I feel like we need something like this. Like just add a visibility component. You mean in Blender or so if you add a Bevy component in Blender, the only time that has an impact is inside of Bevy at runtime. I think that there's not really much of a reason for us to include the extra geometry that is that cube when the only thing we needed it for was creating the other mesh in Blender, right? There's no real reason for that cube to exist inside of Bevy. So it's kind of weird that it would have to be there. And adding a Bevy component to like toggle the visibility of it is just kind of like a band-aid over the fact that it's there and it shouldn't be. To your knowledge, it is only dependent on hide in viewport and disable in render. Okay. I'm thinking of things that I haven't tested yet, like I don't know, spline information or something, right? Things that wouldn't necessarily be visible, but might be data that you want. I can't think of anything offhand that actually fits that category, but so the issue here is that you can actually jump into this currently, right? You can jump over and through, and I don't think we want that. which means that this probably needs to be closer, right? Because you kind of need to hit that. And realistically, if we're being nice, we should probably actually have some barriers here. Like currently, let's do all scale. Scale 0.2. No, that's not what I want. Scale Y. I guess something like this. GY 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Portal 2 Material Emancipation Grill. Hey, what are we doing? We're building some levels. We started off the stream thinking about some platforming stuff, and I don't really think this is a platforming game. So the platforms require some work, and somebody mentioned that they feel like the stream they feel like Bevy is really what got me. They said they feel like Bevy is more about coding other stuff than game design. And I think what really happened in my head is I don't want that to be the perception that I give off of Bevy in general. Right? Bevy is a game building tool. And if the streams that I do make it seem like Bevy is more of like a coding toy than a game development tool, then I'm doing a bad job of the streams, right? So I didn't really expect to get hit with like an innocuous question that kind of made me reflect on what the stream is currently doing for people. And yes, I do a lot of educational content. And I will always be coding on stream, right? That's kind of like, you can't really build a Bevy game without writing some code. But I do want to actually do some game design and game development rather than, especially the last month has been like Skein development, which has been like library for a game. Yeah, anyway, a lot of thoughts going on in my head there. But we started doing platforms. I decided that I wanted to do level design instead. So we're doing some level design. That was a really roundabout way of describing what happened today, but Who needs to be precise anyway? Preciseness is overrated. Maybe to that effect, we do something like... Anyway, let's do a duplicate again. So something a little bit more like that, and then we take this, because the size of this doesn't actually matter at all, right? So let's drop this in the middle here. Scale Shift Z, just to make it bigger, but not... There we go. Love vertical one plane slices that I'm trying to see. Scale X. Make this kind of like this big, and scale Y and make it so that it like fits. And then this cube that we have, can I not move this if it's not visible? I guess not, right? Oop. Okay, shading, let's change the shading. That's what I did. I guess you can't move this. So really want something you can't jump through, that you have to throw through, that then rewards you for having thrown through it without having too much opportunity to mess it up. Like, not to have a precise throw, but to just learn that you can throw. Right? Because if you're here and it's like, okay, I left it inside there. Ugh. It's kind of a hard throw. I do kind of wish for the wall barriers, it would have been easier to use a solidify modifier, but it would have also required a tri-mesh. Yeah, I'm avoiding the tri-mesh. Okay, interesting. Interesting note. If you... We don't have a reset button for the levels either. Maybe a reset button would work. If you don't hit the side of this, then it doesn't... That is to say, I think we need a floor. Which feels weird, honestly. Just jump off to reset. It doesn't reset the box. I need a development level reset is really what I need. Let's subdivide this. Can I subdivide this? Wait, what is the collider on this currently? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Collider on this is not a tri-mesh. Collider on this is a cuboid. So the edges should already be sensing. Did I mess something up? Let's turn this off for a second. Let's export. Oh, you know what I didn't do? That's what I didn't do. Sensor is required, but you know what is actually required? Labeling it as an actual goal. So this then, oh, this has goal on it. Sensor is also a required component of goal. So if goal is on this, then sensor is on it. Collider constructor also on it. Yeah, I want to do what I was about to do with this. Let's export the GLTF. Right, because this is weird, right? The collider's in the wrong spot. You know why the collider's in the wrong spot? I bet you the... Nope, scale is correct. XYZ is correct. Did I mess something up with the drivers? Value goal 2. What goal do we have here? Goal 2. Driver, dimension 0. Driver, dimensions 2. This is goal 2. Dimensions 2. I think this is wrong. This is 2, and this is supposed to be 1. Dimensions 2. Dimensions 1. What is wrong with that? Invalid Python expression? That's weird, right? Oh, is there space on the end? Space on the end. White space sensitive Python. White space sensitive single line Python object access. Is that what that was? I think that's the issue. So then it goes as expected. So let's get so the collider was wrong basically. Let's get this back in. So now you can only see the goal if you look through the window, which is weird. I do think I want to fix that. But now you throw it in, it lands, and you make it to the next level. So now we effectively have 2 levels. So 2 and then 5, right? There's a goal event handler, I think in lib. Trigger goal event, and then we just kind of have like a move to the next level. I guess we should encapsulate this into something. Maybe for larger levels, the player also needs to get to a goal. Seems like a missed opportunity. No, that's intentional. Like the intentional in the sense that like um, I intend to label these cubes and label the goals to make you have to go from one to another, if that makes sense. Like certain crates need to be in certain goals is a future feature for sure. I think that the levels that we have currently, so if we do, let's say 2 and 5 are the two levels, right? Then you land in the game. Right? This is your first level, very first level. I think there's still some things that I could improve here, like this crate or whatever. And there's a bug, so you have to walk around because you can't throw, right? If you're here and you try to run forward, it just throws you off. If you try to throw it, like at the next thing, like throw it to the goal or whatever, you can't do that. So you must pick it up and you must carry it, which is like the very first thing, right? You have to figure out how to pick the cube up. Once you know how to pick it up and can walk with it, then there's no way you're going to walk with it here. You're not going to get it in there. There's no, like, very clearly your jump is not tall enough. So you have to learn how to throw it. And you can only pass this level if you can throw it through. You know what's really interesting? I can see the goal through this one and not the other one. Right? Like this is the desired behavior for the goal is this. That you can see it through that like glass, I guess. That is not true in the first level. Right? Not true in the first level. And like once you're here, it doesn't really matter. You could throw it in if you wanted to. But if you drop it, it goes to the beginning. Okay, do we think that's a Z indexing issue of some kind? Wow, that's really interesting, right? But yeah, so you have to learn how to throw it in, which is cool. Ugh, didn't make it. And you can use this little extra platform that was in the last level to do that. Because if you do it from here, I think it's a little bit harder. It's still doable. But like if you're having some difficulty, I think making it so that, oh, I can't do this. I need a little bit more like height or whatever. Like I can't get that in. Somebody can be like, oh, maybe if I stand on a little higher spot and I jump like forward and throw, that kind of goads the user into, or like leads the player into, okay, I need to get it far and high. And maybe if I run forward and throw, and then you start to see the momentum of the throw, whereas like this is just, okay, it goes to there. But if you're like, okay, well, if I stand on this and I jump towards it and throw, then it goes further. So we've got jumping and throwing. And then I feel like one of the obvious things that we could do is have a barrier that the cube can't pass through, but the player can. Which leads me to collision layers. I don't think we have any collision layers at all currently. The problem with collision layers, if you just insert the component, is that you end up with an integer. Because that's what it is. This is like 2 bit fields, effectively. So I think what we have to do for collision layers is create a new collision layer component. Add a collider that destroys and resets the cubes. Yeah, so like, oh, you mean add a collider that destroys and resets the cubes, no collision layer necessary. Yes, I think there are 2 behaviors, right? One is the cube cannot be in this area, and we actually already have that. Right, there's something on the base here that you can't actually see because it's only in the game. Let's pick up a new level. I think I want to remake level 2 again. So I think we get rid of, or we don't get rid of this necessarily. Let's go into edit mode. Let's scale this. Z. So something like this, right? And then we collider constructor, rigid body. Rigid body is static. Let's change this to kinematic. Let's do I guess platform behavior, move linear. And then let's say I wish there was a faster way to add these. I don't feel like there is. Transform channel, yada, yada, yada. This is going to be Y location. This is going to be Z location. And this is X location. And then this is Y location. And this is X location. And this is, I don't know, 10 or something. And then we'll take this and we will move it down, I think. So it's in the way, right? And then we get rid of these. So very much like the same setup, so to speak. And I'll shift D this, move it along the y-axis by 10, I think is the right. And then we'll scale this down on the y-axis by Do we want this to be like a separate thing? Yeah, let's make it a separate thing for now. So then here, I want this to be a different color to signify that it's like, you know, dangerous or something. New. This is danger. Or destroy cube area, right? Then we go orange of some kind. And what do we have on this right now? We have rigid body collider constructor. I think I need to put in sensor and there's something else that I have on the other one. Danger, danger, high voltage. Is it out of bounds? Something or other? Out of bounds marker. So this is like, now I'm using this for more than it was supposed to be used for. And this will trigger for both of them. So theoretically level 6. And then when we have our levels, right now we're just doing like random inserts here. But what I actually want to do is start creating like this sequence, right? The current level then is a resource that we need access to. And we're going to find, and this is going to be level ID, I guess level name, whatever, level ID, level name. Level ID equals current level. It's going to need a dereference of some kind. Maybe I should actually look at the Rust compiler's output instead of making educated guesses. Oh, it was 3 dereferences. Why is it 3? Oh yeah, okay. So it's levels.iter 1, find 2, and then I put 1 on the other one, so we really only need 2. To tell how many references this is, levels is this array with string slices in it, right? The string slice reference doesn't matter for this purpose. We are then iterating over that array. Iterating over that array gives us a reference to the items. Find gives us a reference to the items. So this is going to be a double reference, or in this case, actually a triple reference to a stir, but it's a double reference to a string slice. So that's why we dereference twice. Into iter better. Neither matters. Like it doesn't matter. Like neither of these is quote unquote better for this situation. I do create this every time the observer runs. So like if you want to run into iter, you will have one less reference, and find still gives you the reference here. So you have a double reference. But neither of them in this situation is particularly like better or worse than the other. Especially since like we're iterating over 3 objects or like 3 strings here. We're not like doing serious computation. I don't know why this is Warren running crate despawn, but so if what I want is actually let it equals levels dot into iter. Current level is the find. Levels dot next. And we actually don't need current level. We just need to progress the iterator. And realistically, we could write this in other ways too. We could Windows over 2 and check to see if the first item is the level and then return the second. So instead of doing this like little junky thing, right? I think Windows is on arrays, right? What are we doing for Windows? We're passing 2 in for Windows. And then this is level and next level. And then this is level ID and next level. And we can do find map here if we want to. And this can be this. And this is not a tuple, this is an array, if I remember correctly. That's what this is telling us. Maybe it's not. What does Windows return? Patterns empty. Did I misuse Windows? Yeah, expected string slice found. Right. Do we have the destructurable version of it? You're saying it needs to be a slice. It doesn't need to be a slice. It needs to cover all of the slice options. So, Rust Windows, right? Array. The issue with Windows on array slice Windows is that the items come in as a slice. This doesn't get shown here at all. I was hoping it would. It's kind of shown here. So like, if you receive a slice as an argument in a Rust function, right? You don't know how big that slice is. Not at the destructuring level. So the error message here is saying the patterns empty slice and slices of everything else, like slice of 1, right? Slice of 3 or more, all of those are not covered because I had a destructure match for a 2-element slice, which is not something that you can actually do there. The array windows function, I think, is different, right? Array windows uses const generics, and then you get that length information. So the compiler can check that you're doing that destructuring correctly. But this is a nightly API and Windows is not. You can also use tuple windows from itertools, which does it on stable. So really, we end up with this like kind of awkward thing here. Where we know this is going to be, you know, correct. But the compiler can't enforce it because this is a slice, not, it's not like a slice. So it's not an array of length, you know? So this should probably send you to game over if there's no level to be found. Let's say next level, and then let's match on next level. Use Rust Analyzer if it will let us. This is level ID, and then this would be an insert and a next state. And this, I think we're just gonna print like you win for now. And then this needs to be level ID. And then cargo run. One thing about the generic tuple window is you need a but as the generic type. Well, you don't need the, you don't actually. Because it'll infer it from here. So if you did use Windows and this find map was like AB, right? Level ID next level. That infers backwards. So you don't actually need to write like tuple windows, whatever, butt cheeks. You don't need to write the butt cheek operator. So this is our walk around. This is our throw level. This is the ostensibly reset. So anytime we walk into this, it'll reset. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Sort of a not very satisfying reset, but it resets nonetheless. So I guess technically we're supposed to also have platform on this. This isn't actually a platform. So now we're also seeing like, I want a way to make things go up and down, right? Not all of those things need to be platforms. That seems like it got placed in the wrong spot. Unfortunately, I can't look up. To know that for sure. You think Rusty improved some stuff recently where you can leave out inferred types and constant statics? The const stuff, like the constification of Rust is constantly ongoing. Get it? So there are always improvements there. I will say the Rust inference, the decision to make functions need to be typed. Rust is actually more powerful at inferring types than that. If you let it, it could do something like Haskell does and continue to infer that type chain through pretty much your entire program. But I think one of the design choices that Rust made in making you type every function means that the type errors you come up with are much more manageable. So everything inside of this can get inferred, including the tuple windows was always inferable from the next function, for example. But I really think that forcing the type on the function was a really good choice. That is an underrated choice of the Rust language. Okay, so this is not working. So we've got rigid body, right? We've got collider constructor, got platform behavior, sensor, out of bounds marker, and platform. And then our platforms in, what was it, level 4, 5, 3, 3? The moving platform is kinematic, collider constructor, offset timer. I think offset timer probably should be a required component. Because like forgetting to put it into this shouldn't break the behavior, and I think it does. There it is. Why it's over there, I'm not sure. That is, I think, a negative X, right? No, that's Z. That's our Z15. Because it's actually negative. That's one of those things where, like, it would be nice if Skein could do some of the conversions for you. But I don't think that is generally doable. I really, I wasn't expecting it to work like that necessarily, but I do really like the way the outlines disappear when you're looking through something. Right? It's like, yes, there is stuff over there, but it's not active stuff that you can actually walk onto. I really like the delineation, actually, which was unintentional. I didn't really intend to do that. On the other hand, you get stuff like you have to give the number of elements for a const or static array. That was fixed recently. Oh, that was fixed. So you can just specify the array without specifying the type? Is that what it is? So also const stuff is newer than regular stuff. So you can do what const. I guess I'm probably not going to be able to do it in this project. What, like 1, 2, 3? You're saying that that should work? Oh, you still need to specify the type. The length can be U32. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might not be on a new enough version. Is that 2024? I used to do Rust release stuff, and I stopped doing Rust release stuff because there isn't really that much to talk about in each release. People did like it though. Like making, so here's 186, right? Technically 2024, right? But pretend this wasn't 2024 and this is what you have effectively to talk about in a video. Trait upcasting, wonderful. Right? Safe functions to be marked with the target feature, meh. Missing ABI is worn by default, eh. Now linting about double negations, eh. More pointers are detected as definitely not null. Okay, fine. Like of all of the language stuff, I think that trait upcasting is the only real feature to talk about in a video. I think the other things are like, if you understand what they mean by their title, then that's great. But if you don't, then it probably doesn't even matter to you. And then compiler, fine. The default for -O changed. Some platform support stuff that always changes slightly. Typically, people don't really care about this unless you're like using one of the niche platforms. And then if you are, then you're paying attention. And then libraries. On recent versions of Windows, remove file will now remove read-only files. Like, okay. And then there's like some stabilized APIs. So like of this whole release, if I was going to make a video, it would be trait upcasting, which is really cool as a feature, which could like also just get its own video rather than being a release video. And then it's the stabilized APIs. And the stabilized APIs are kind of like self-explanatory, I guess. Right? Like if you want to check this site exists, you can go here and you can see what was released. So like, do you really need a video about it? I don't know. I feel like this is the problem that I was running into when I did Rust language videos. Like talking about the APIs, fine. Typically there's 1 or 2 things in the language to talk about, and then that's about it. In any case, I will remember that because I need to do that in a different project. I actually need to do that. I pull in a code highlighting file that comes in as bytes that I need to specify the length of, and occasionally I change. So that inferred type in the const is really actually going to be helpful for me. Okay, so this is good, and then you can just like kind of run across this, and you win. That's all the levels. I guess backface visibility was never really an issue, but so I guess since 0.16 is basically out, I think we have like another week or two on this project, and then we're going to start building a new one. So we are out of time in terms of like adding substantial features. I think we can easily add multi-goal levels. That seems pretty straightforward. So let's do that. Let's say I don't know how I would indicate that the player needs to be somewhere. Place something the player wants. What do you mean by place something the player wants? Oh, like a collectible or something? Like beer? Let's see. There's a number of ways we could go about this. It could be serial, right? It could be get the box to one area and then get the box to another. It could be get the box to one area that triggers an event that opens an area that allows you to then like solve the rest of the puzzle. Right? Like as long as the box is in this goal area, then like the door stays open or something like that. Or like a platform shows up. Those all feel like they would take a little bit of coding. Um, Not that they're not interesting. I'm just trying to reduce the total set of new features, I think. One question is, if we have multiple, do we want... So actually, the thing that comes up in my head is that relationships would be really nice for that. Where you could say, this cube that I've spawned in and this goal, like this cube belongs to this goal as a relationship, which would be really cool. Yeah, color-coded cubes for color-coded goals. Yes, definitely an option. We could start with that. I think the cube material that we have here isn't really that important. We could easily turn this into just a glowing cube of some kind. Right? I think that's in our library, right? So it's this crate collection. Here's our cube. Our platform rounded. Oh, that's the other thing that's interesting. all of these now, if we don't export things that aren't visible, all of these don't get exported. It just feels really weird that there isn't like exclude from export as an option. In any case, not today's problem. So this is the crate cube, right? This doesn't need to be that specifically. This could totally be. What just happened there? This could totally be random cube. Scale 0.5. Right? Where did that get added? Okay, we're gonna bring this up. Bring this down, bring this up. Wow, that is such a terrible scroll. Oh man. All right, cube. Come on, cube. What's it? It's this, and then P. Is it the other direction? I never remember. Select either 1 or 3 vertices to parent to. That's interesting. I feel like I've never seen that before. Oh, are we in edit mode? Yeah, we're in edit mode. Okay. Never mind. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so now we have the cube here. We should, if we just export, see regular white cubes for the cubes now. Make a shader that replaces white with some color. Yeah, I don't think we need a shader per se. But we could definitely do a shader. This is the wonderful result of Z and X fighting. Still works though. And I made it. Why is that exporting? Hide in viewport, disable in render. That shouldn't be exporting, right? Data include visible objects. Am I exporting this into the wrong directory? It shouldn't be. Why is this? Why is that exporting? I don't really want to delete it, but I don't want it there. Is this for LD or just for fun? You're attempting to use Skein to make something this weekend for LD Nice. I'm very curious as to what you end up with. And if you end up with any issues, do please let me know. And I will try to get that fixed for you for the gem. I was thinking about doing LD Gem. This is not for LD Gem. This is the game that I was working on before I made Skein. This is effectively the game that that caused Skein to come into existence, because I was doing stuff in Blender And the more stuff that I did in Blender and manually serialized into Bevy, the worse I felt about it. Until one weekend I was just like, you know, this is just awful. This is too much. I've made a mess of this. I need to actually have a solution for it. That is this game. And then over the last month and a half, I built Skein and released it. So this is the game that Skein came from, effectively. Really, the reason I'm not doing LD Jam is I don't have 48 hours. And I am planning on doing the Bevy 16 Jam when it comes up. So. Loving the Skein workflow so far? Sweet. Love that. I am still wondering why my crate has old data. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Crate root, children. Crate cube, cube. Why is crate cube still here? I pulled the soul of the cube out of the cube. Let's figure out what's going on there. That is like a Blender stale data thing, I think. Crate collection, right? Crate collection. This is an instance. It's an instance of this. This is crate root with cube, and this is crate cube. I don't think I have any hard-coded logic for crate cube. It's possible that I do. I did at one point have manual handling for this stuff. I might have forgotten to remove something. Of course, naming something crate in a Rust project is also not the best idea. I would not suggest doing that, by the way. I don't think that we have code that would affect this. Oh, there it is. This. How do I... Ooh, what is going on there? Xavier, can you tell me what is going on here? This object has somehow become some kind of like multi-collection linked duplicate. Can I remove this from the collection? It registers only as being part of collection 6. Maybe I unparent it. Oh, that was too many clicks. Create object parent, clear parent. What is going on there? Relations, parent, crate, root. Clear that. Okay, there we go. I don't know what was going on there. I really would like to know more about, I guess, parenting. So this was in another collection, but parented to something, which I think are two different sources of information, is my understanding. So you can parent it to something, which I think is a one-to-one or one-to-many relationship. And then you can add it to a number of collections. So I think the source of truth was it in the collection, but it was also parented. Yeah, a single object can be in multiple collections. That I know. I was wondering, I guess it wasn't registering as being like in the crate collection. It was registering as being a parent or a child of crate root, right? Which is it still? No. Okay. I feel like that's one of those, this is so generic that you could use it for a bunch of different use cases kind of situations. Okay, so now we have our little cube that is completely untextured. Run, 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 run. So this is an instance. This is an instance because I never really intended to have multiple cubes. But if I'm going to change the color of each cube, I think I want to do that in Blender. So what's the best way to do that? Probably linked duplicates. All that and the same with scenes, collections, objects can be in multiple scenes, can get messy quickly. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely where my head was at. It was very much like all of this is technically generic and can be related to anything else. Therefore, building a hierarchy that is hard to visualize in your head is very easy. Okay, so how do we do a different color per cube if I have this as a collection instance? I think as a collection instance, we don't get that capability. As a library override, I think we would get that. Let's take a look at one of the levels, right? And then we take a look at what data we have available. This is the collection instance. So we don't get to really set anything. We can set components on this parent node. The issue looked like you had something related to how the outliner draws hierarchy. You suppose it showed an object that was not part of the collection, but a child of an object that was? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was parented to a node that was in the collection, and it was also part of a different collection. Which did make it export into that location. So I think collection instances is not what I want here. Because a collection instance would mean that this is the exact same. And if we're going to change the color, then it's not the exact same. It just has a lot of similar properties. That is one of the things that I expect people to run into in Skein quite a bit. the idea that it's really easy for me to click into this and be like, oh, collection instance. That makes sense. Let me add a thing that points to this thing that I made. But then that means it is literally an instance. It is the same thing, not that you can then override stuff. So this crate collection then, I really want linked duplicates because I want the geometry and stuff to stay the same, but I want to be able to change the material. So the question is, what is a good workflow for that? Because what I really want to do is add a linked duplicate, which I don't think I can do from this menu. Let's drag this up and change this to the asset browser. And I've got a bunch of random stuff in here. And then we've got crate collection. And I think if I drag this in, it starts with a collection instance. I don't think there is a way for me to change. Maybe link. Let's go to level 2. That adds a collection instance. I really don't want a collection instance though, right? Let's read what these are. Import the assets of copy data block. So assets have to be instances. Is that accurate? Because if I do this, this is like technically an asset or whatever, but I don't get to make the library overrides for a local collection instance. It has to be a collection instance from a different file, which is wild, honestly. I know that there's work going on to make the library overrides better. But it does strike me as interesting that the only thing you can do here is like, this is a collection instance and that's it. Can I realize this in some way? Object. Constraints, link transfer data. Convert. Like some of this workflow stuff, like, yes, I can go into the other thing and linked duplicate this, right? It is a little bit awkward. To have to like do this and be like, okay, in level 2, right? There's a bunch of objects, and in my library level, there's a bunch of objects, and what I actually want is create root. Shift D. That didn't even do what I wanted. Shift D doesn't do the whole thing, which is really interesting. So this doesn't actually even show me the collection, does it? There's the collection. Duplicate collection, no active collection. What do you mean no active collection? I guess not mark as asset then? Clear asset? Right, so I can duplicate this collection. I don't think this data is linked in any way. So the abstraction here kind of breaks down basically immediately. So I do think then that the way to do this is to make this an asset in a separate blend file, bring it in and use library overrides. That is actually the way that they want us to do this. The meshes and material data could be shared, you don't know, from that duplication. I think like the workflow that I'm looking for here is not digging through, for lack of a better phrasing, the crate of collections. Like I don't want to flip through all of the collections. I want to go down into the asset browser and drag it out into the world if it's the same thing as everything else. So for this crate, for example, I know that, how do I bounce this to a new? It's just extremely strange to me that you have to have a second blend file to be able to use library overrides. It makes me feel like I'm missing something. Right? If I copy all of this and I go into level 2, I can just paste this. Right? And we've got create root, we've got cube, we've got hold point. And that's all fine. Let's close this asset browser. And then just make this obviously different. Let's make this go over here. So what is the difference here? The difference is that this is a collection instance. Let's get rid of this. Let's take this and move it. Nope. Let's take the whole thing and move it. I moved the cube earlier, didn't I? Dang. GZ -1. Back into the right spot. So it's just kind of like weird and awkward. Right. So like Alt-D and Shift-D do create linked duplicates, but if I do Shift-D on this, right, I'm on that top object, it only does the empty. Right. So Shift-D and Alt-D only work on objects. They don't work on collections. That's why. And Blender library basically means another file. Yeah. Yeah. So basically you end up forced into this, you can select the children parent and duplicate. You're saying that if I shift D with everything selected? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Or you can duplicate link a collection. I don't think, let's see. Like, duplicate linked will not work on this collection. Duplicate linked. Oh, there we go. It's so strange to me as well, where, like, if I'm selected on this and I do duplicate linked here, it doesn't work. But if I duplicate linked after right-clicking on it, it works. Okay, cool. So we can do the collection. The downside of this is that I need access to this collection somehow to be able to duplicate it. So that means that I'm basically saying that I want something like this. I want the view layer here. Oh, you know what? This isn't going to work because it pays attention to this upper area, doesn't it? The 3D view and the outliner have different selections sometimes. Yeah, exactly. So what I really want is that asset viewer to look into one of these scenes that I can then drag out from. What we can do is have everything over here, right? And then do duplicate linked, no active collection. See, this is why I was thinking that it wasn't possible. Because from this view, you actually can't. Yes, you can create a separate blend file. Absolutely. 100% works. Actually works better if you have a separate blend file. That's what I was saying earlier. If you have a separate blend file and you drag in via the assets, then when you click on the thing and you go to library overrides, make, selected in content, that will allow you to change the material associated with the linked data of the whole collection. Yes, library overrides are what I want, but I want library overrides for things that I already have in my project. If possible. I don't think it is possible. So we basically get 4 things, right? We have collection instances, which are exact. I keep wanting to call them exact copies. They're not copies, they're instances, right? They are the exact thing. They're a pointer back to the same data. The only thing you can do there is wrap them in more nodes and place more components on parent nodes. You can then also duplicate the data or duplicate the data in a linked way. If you duplicate linked, then what you end up with is the mesh data linked and the object data unlinked. That's per object, and then the mesh data is shared. And then you can also do library overrides. And library overrides are if you have a collection that is marked as an asset in a separate blend file, you can link that into your current project. Then you can make those library overrides, and then you can change the material on that object. I believe it does. You can change the, okay, where's the, maybe we just do it, honestly. But if you go down to the material data, this doesn't even have a material on it. Let's put a material on it. If you go down to the material data, there is link, object, and data on the right-hand side here. So you can basically choose between those two. You can either have the material linked to the linked data, or you can have it on the current object, which is unlinked data. So you get to choose which one you get. This is the kind of stuff that where did I put this? This. So I have this whole document here on the Skein site for collection instances and library overrides, right? This is all the things that I'm talking about. Basically, there's 4 ways to do this of the ways that I'm aware. You can do collection instances. You can make those instances real, which like completely separates them. You can do duplicate objects. And what we were just talking about is that object data and object data are not the same thing. Yes, you did hear that correct. Object data and object data, not the same thing. This panel, the orange one, is object, comma, data, or object data. The object data is the mesh stuff, which there's also a bunch of other stuff in this panel. So there's the object panel and the data panel. And this is what they mean by linked duplicates. The data is linked, the object is not. So if you go to the material and you go over here and there's object and data here, this matches those 2 panels. So object data is not linked and data is linked to the linked duplicate. This is also true for how library overrides work. You can have a library override from a collection instance that is from a different blend file that you can then link the material like this per object rather than per mesh data. We heard you like object data. Would you like a fish tank in your object data? Your object data now comes with surround sound. I think every time I hear Exhibit talk about that show, the Pimp My Ride show, he's very thankful for what that show did to his life, in the sense of like, it was a very good thing for him. But then he gets asked questions about why did you put a fish tank in somebody's, you know, the back of somebody's car. And he goes, I was just the host of the show, man. You didn't catch me with a hose and a wrench filling up a fish tank. So yeah, so those are the options. I think if I was starting from scratch, if I was creating a new object, I would make it a library in a separate blend file. I'm also interested in figuring out the linked duplicate workflow, because building out that page of documentation is very important to me. So if this is the crate, I forget whether this is linked or not. Let's delete this because I don't remember what it is. This is also going to get deleted. Wait, did I just delete the collection and then it just unparented? Yeah, okay. So let's delete these 3 things. Then the duplicate workflow is annoying if you have something like this library collection, because I don't know a way to set up a view into another scene. Right? Like if you've got the asset browser, you've got the file browser, got spreadsheets apparently, got properties, and got the outliner. The outliner doesn't give me a way to specify what it's supposed to be looking at. Could go to Blender File Collections. If I go to Blender File Collections, that gives me access to everything. So here's our crate collection here. Let's say level 2, and then this stays. So if I do duplicate linked, no active collection, can't do it from here. So this extra view doesn't seem worth having workflow wise. If we have this and I duplicate linked, right? Now I have a second version of it. The thing that I want to do is send this to like the primary scene. So like maybe can I like cut and go and paste? And then we go back to the library and is it gone? It is not gone. If I delete it here now and I go back to scene 2, does it still exist? It does. So like the workflow for linked duplicates for things across scenes is really weird. So I think my suggestion is going to be use two blend files in general, because I can't see how the workflow is supposed to work if you're not using two blend files for like assets. And people building games want assets in general, right? So let's move this here. Make sure everything still works, I guess. Does this have all of the components that it needs? Looks like it, yeah. So let's do an export just to make sure we haven't broken anything yet. Works, still works, still works. So then this would have the material on it. Let's put the material on the crate collection here. There's material, there's material, material 3, crate material. I guess we leave this as white by default. Maybe we move it over to like a bluish. Then go back to level 2. Level 2 has this, but it doesn't have the material on it. So I think that I'm going to insert an animation offset timer here on the mesh data and go look at the library. So these are completely separate. Like completely separate. Which in some respect I don't like, because I want to be able to place this thing as a concept in each level, and building up that abstraction seems really important. So I really do think that having that second blend file is really what is kind of like meant to happen here. What time is it? It's 11:30. I'm starting to feel like I need lunch. So let me then save this. Can I copy this Do we have the game running? Let's get the game running. Let's create a new blend file. General blend file. Save before closing. Let's save this as, let's see, substance temp, substance trim, misc one blend. It's going to be, I guess library. I don't know. I can't think of a better name, so library is going to be it. It's just that kind of point of the stream. Let's delete this collection. Delete, paste in our stuff. So this is all here now. One of the interesting things is that we have not, in any capacity, fetched any of the Bevy data. So we fetched the data, and this already has the data on it. So I think that's really interesting, right? Just as a point of note, we copied a bunch of objects with a bunch of data, including the component data, without trying to, pasted it into a completely new blend file. So it was on the clipboard in some capacity. Then we fetched the registry to identify what this data is, and the data was there and then showed up, right? So all of this data is like here and ready to go, so to speak, which I think is really interesting. That said, this needs to be in a new collection. And I think that crate root still needs to exist because collection can't hold the components, because collection won't exist. So let's rename some of these maybe. Make this so that it's actually I'm just going to name these things like ridiculously, not objects, sorry, create mesh. Right. Just going to name these things like ridiculously on point names for the moment. We have all of our components. We have our file saved. So this is the crate collection. So I think we're good here. Let's mark this as an asset, save. Let's open misc. So we opened the other blend file. And what I want here is the ability to know what I'm doing inside of Blender, outliner properties, asset browser. Bunch of stuff in here from some other stuff. Link, library, link. And then this is where it gets a little bit confusing for me personally. Right, there's a bunch of stuff here. But how much of it do I need to select in the future? Is a question. So user library, I think that I haven't set up the asset correctly. Normals, yada yada, some other stuff. Path to asset library does not exist. Asset libraries are local directories that contain blend files with asset inside. Manage assets libraries. So I guess it has to be specified as an asset library. The data in the library is marked as an asset. That is true. The reason they show up in the asset libraries is because I have selected them specifically. And this is Blender wide, which is really interesting. So theoretically, I can add from the art directory this only lets me add a directory. So worth noting that the file method that we used before did create a crate collection, right? That's this crate collection here. That's the linked thing here. So if we get rid of that crate root and the things inside of it, then this is our only crate collection, which came from the link. So let's start with this. And let me export this. So this is with the linked crate. This is from the other blend file. How do I know that for sure? I don't, because it's the same exact cube. I mean, we know it because of this link. It should not require Blender-wide settings, but you don't remember exactly how it worked. Yeah. So if you go to File Link, right, and you go into the blend file, you can select a specific collection to link, right? And that places it inside of your scene. That works. It's fine. I think that library override selected in content gives us access to all of the sub objects here. This is really the interesting part of library overrides. So if we go to the material, there's nothing here at the moment. So let's save this and go to our library and go to the object, the material. We actually don't have a material on it right now. So let's say create material. I think this should be object. Slightly unclear. There's create material here. Right? So library override of linked data block, click to make fully local, shift click to clear the library override and toggle if it can be edited. Fake user. I think I have to click this to make the material local. And now we can modify it. So now at the very least, we have everything but the material is linked. So components that go on the crate, the size of the crate, the mesh, the hold point on it, the orientation of everything, etc. All of that comes from the library. And then we have a local material. so we can change the color. Which doesn't look like it worked. Did I export into the wrong spot? I do that a lot after. Yeah, it like resets to not the assets directory for the export every time I click back into this GLTF file. So I think I might start doing whatchamacallit. I might start putting my blend files next to my GLBs. So assets, MISC1, export. This should be green, right? It's green when it shows up here. So if we run, did I put it in the right level? We're in the right level, right? Yes. Okay, the fact that it's not green is weird. Did I mess up which thing is supposed to be local? I think I did. Let's make this one pink. I think I ended up with like a duplicate of the material. I don't know why or how. Okay, so this is still white. Which is interesting. So this is green, this is pink. The library is white. This is pointing to the local material, as far as I can tell, the green one. If we go back to the library is white. Let's switch this to data. There's two different references to the material in the outliner. Let's open MISC again, save. So I think the question is, how is this supposed to behave? Let's do this first. Let's say import GLB. We're going to look for assets, MISC, right? And then this is going to be a new folder, MISC1 library. And this is going to be create material, right? So we've got create material 1. That's the only one in the file. Create root 1, yada, 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 create. So create material 001 is the only one in the file. These, oh, you see that this is now, this changed. Okay, so this is now linked. The data block MA create material could not be overridden. Because I switched it back to linked data, do you think? Create material, right? This is currently linked data. So if we put this on object and I hit save, and I go back to MISC, and I look at this, and look at this. I don't know why this one is green, but it's not being used. Shift click. Material could not be overridden. Library override make selected. Library override of linked data block. So we're going with pink for this one, right? So this is green, this is pink. We export. We run. We end up with a white box. Which is really interesting. Crate material 1 shouldn't be white according to this. Is it the fact that we have that Uber material on everything? And this is no longer applying the Uber material to the cube? Let's see. Let's toss this. Let's see. Entity, observer, level. I shouldn't be carrying this. That's not what I want. Crate root. Color reveal. Children. Where's children? Children. Cube. Children. Cube. Mesh material 3D. Base color white. So definitely actually white. Right? Like full white. So let me go to the library. And let's make this yellow. Save. Open our MISC. And then it's yellow here, which is really interesting, right? Export GLTF. Library overrides are something that I need a little bit more experience with, obviously. And it's white. Is it white because I'm exporting into the wrong place again? Yes, I am. Yeah, okay. I'm going to move my blend files to be next to my GLBs because this can't keep happening to me. I don't know why that keeps getting like that, but and now it's still the same way. Part of it, at least part of this is that I've been saving the GLB into the wrong spot repeatedly. You should be able to call the export from the Python console, maybe add a button to your plugin. A button to the plugin to export how? Is the question. Right, like, what would the button do? With the settings I need? The settings I need doesn't make a great button for the plugin. Right? Okay, but how do you remember the path for everybody that's going to use the plugin? Right? Like this, you very, very, very quickly get back into, oh, I need to rebuild this interface. Like, oh, I will just, make it go to the right place every time. Okay, how do you know what the right place is? Okay, how do you know what the right place is for everybody that's ever going to use it? Okay, how do you know that somebody isn't exporting 3 GLTF files? Like, how do you know that one person wants selected objects and one person wants visible objects? How do you know that, et cetera, et cetera? It would call the GLTF export with some preset setting like having Skein enabled, but the rest is pretty user project dependent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not a problem to have a button that triggers an export. That's easy. The hard part is what settings should be set for everybody's project. And yes, you could technically hard code a bunch of settings, but then really all you're doing is like the same thing this panel does. Right? Like you very quickly get into, oh, does this person want to apply modifiers or not? Should I offer that as an option for this new button? Et cetera, et cetera. I know that I can. So actually the issue here specifically is that when I reopen this Blender file, for whatever reason, it doesn't remember the export path differently than where the blend file is. Blender as a whole seems to like when things are relative to the blend file. You can see this in a bunch of different places in the UI, actually. So if I go to library, right, and I do, let's say this mob, right, is something that I'm going to export. And I'm going to go into exporters for collection exporters, and I'm going to do a GLTF file. It starts you off with the name of the collection relative to the blend file. That's what the double slash means. So there's a way in which the Blender application is oriented towards the things that you're doing should be relative to the blend file. And I think just leaning into that makes life easier more than trying to pick like different places for everything. These settings stay. Like the collection exporters stay. But and like it may also be the case that I should be exporting scenes to different files and stuff like that at some point, etc. But maybe you can use this exporters features. Is it only for collections, not the file? It is only for collections. It is collection exporters. That is the feature name. And there's a button here that just says export all collections. So if you start using collection exporters, the export process is actually just triggerable because when you set up all of the exports, right? If I go in here and I configure this exporter, this data, these settings seem to stick a lot better. They're like stored somewhere specific or whatever. So like they don't change over time. For whatever reason, this one does not. This one like defaults to the blend file, and I think it's because it pulls up a full file browser. And this remember export settings doesn't change that. So I'm actually not sure really how people do like Blender export workflows like that without relying heavily on collection exporters. And collection exporters are very new. So what I think is that everybody just remembers to do this correctly every time, which is not not great. That said, I think that I have a little bit of work to do in terms of firmly identifying this workflow. because what I am doing here currently is not sticking. And interestingly, it feels like there's something getting lost, right? So here we are, we're in assets. This is the right GLTF file to be exporting. We're including visible objects, et cetera, export. I run the game and this is not yellow, which actually, for all I know, could be a bug somewhere, and not necessarily in my application. If we go and we look for the import from GLB again, right? And we do this on assets misc1 GLB, and we import that, and I'm going to do new folder misc1 library 2, because that's what it is. We're going to save this here. We're going to look at, there's a whole ton of stuff in this GLB file, so that's just what's going on here. If we go to the GLTF and I go to create material, right? We've got create material 001. Create material 001 is 860. Every level is a collection. Can you not maybe nest the level collections inside an export collection where you can set up the GLTF exporter? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. When I look at this and when you see me like trying 5 different things here, what I'm actually doing is like at some point, this needs to turn into docs for Skein. And when it turns into docs for Skein, I need to have tried every way of doing it. So that when somebody goes, oh, yes, you can use collection exporters, but what if you did collection exporters and you put them in this way and did that? Like the response needs to be something along the lines of like, yeah, you can do that, but doing this is the same thing with less complexity, right? Like just getting to something that happens to work is not enough for documentation for the plugin. Cannot edit this property from a system override data block. So library override, make selected in content. That's this whole chain now. One of the other things that is interesting, especially from the Python perspective, is some things for library overrides need to be done through the entire chain. I think the really interesting thing here for me, though, is that it doesn't feel like this material is even... All right, let's do red. Just regular red. Because this export stuff here, this export stuff has nothing to do with Skein. It is worth pointing out. Like there's nothing about the library overrides functionality in this sense, the way we're using it currently, that is Skein related. So this is going to be MISC 001 library 3, right? And then this create collection or create material is now supposed to be red. So I'm confident that the data is in the GLTF at this point. There is no, Like crate material would be the name of the other material. It's not here. So this is the material that we're supposed to be using. I would assume that this is getting used. So this is, it's hard to tell with the number of stuff in here. Right? Materials 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So materials. Shouldn't this be an array somewhere in here? Material. Now we're just trolling through, there we go, material. Material 12. So material 12 is being applied to cube 23. Cube 23 is something. I don't know where cube 23 is coming from. No, it's got to be material. It's not material 12. It is the 12th material, so it is material 11. Does that make sense? Cube 22. What's the name of the cube in the library? Nope. There's crate mesh. Every level is a collection. Import it into another GLTF. We can like view the GLTF for sure. GLTF preview 3D model. Here's the level, right? And it is red, right? So the GLTF data, which we've already confirmed is correct, is actually correct. So something else is happening here. It could be a number of things. I don't know exactly what it is yet. I do think that when we run the game and we look at the cube doesn't have red on it. Right? And just to make sure that we are level 2 is the right level to be looking at. This is yellow, right? So this is supposed to be the override. We've got yellow and green here. So the color coming through in the GLTF from the library override is actually red in the GLTF data. I think that's the issue. And I think that that could be any number of things. That could be a misuse of library overrides. That could be I didn't set the right toggle button, like there's this one here for object and data. This is still marked as a link, right? This is a library override. So I can shift click this, theoretically. It is not resetting for whatever reason. Right? Oh, you know what? That might have been it. But in any case, like this whole flow needs to get documented for people because many people don't even know the basics, and expecting them to understand how like library overrides work when, for example, this crate material keeps resetting every time I select object, right? We go away, we come back, it's back on data. Why? Don't know. I don't have the answer to that. You know? But Blender kind of does things like this silently if you have the wrong settings. So I have the wrong settings somewhere. And I need to figure that out. It's after 12, so I'm at my stopping point. I need lunch. I'm going to do deeper dive into library overrides specifically and get that documented. And I'm going to do that outside of this game. I'm going to throw a page up on the Bevy Skein docs with the library overrides information. Because I do think that that's going to be a common workflow, and documenting how to work with it effectively and how to debug it especially is going to be important. But that's it for today. And I will see you all on Monday, where we have the stream already scheduled. Have a great rest of your day.